Hello, back for session 2. So in previous session, we got simple server set up for our shopping cart. We got a database set up. I'm going to spin this up and take a look at what we got. So we made a script called start dev. It's currently running 5 PDs. Called Killport. So on localhost, we have some links. We've linked to our catalog, which has a very simplistic view of our products by title. So I was thinking about what to tackle first today. And I think it would be fun because we have tests in place. We can take a look at those. Let's see, failed to load that. Oh, I think I moved my global test setup. Hmm. So my global test setup got moved into the client directory, which is not where I want it. I want it in the source directory. Let me quickly commit this change, make sure the tests run. Here we are, test pass, everything is happy. Fix test config location of global setup file. There we are. Get this synced up. So, give myself some ideas of what to do today. Let me find that list. So, I was thinking, got a to-do list here. Move that into that to-do list. These were things to do for the first day, so we did those things. Some options for today: set up some continuous integration with GitHub Actions, set up some local commit hooks, work on some more feature level things. I'm going to do a little tooling setup first thing. So I think I'll go ahead and set up a GitHub action. So let's go look up GitHub Actions. Let's get started. I'm gonna look right at examples. Let's say using scripts to test your code on a runner. All right. This seems decent. I want to copy this. So where do we put this file is actually the thing I'm most concerned with. Example. Okay. Workflows. Go in .github/workflows. Fantastic. So .github/workflows slash the name of the workflow. So I'll make my directory .github workflows. And I guess what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do tests. Sounds good to me. So this is a lot of stuff. So the name of this is going to be tests. We're going to go, so workflow dispatch allows for manual runs, that's fine. We'll do pushes to main and on pull request. Sounds good to me. Got permissions. I want to turn on wrapping. There we go. See this a little bit better. Modifies the default permissions granted to GitHub token. Don't have that token yet. Currency. Yeah, that seems good. I want to cancel by push. And then we got jobs. So I'm just going to give this, I'm going to start a new job here. I'll say job is test. All right, Copilot being helpful here. Runs on Ubuntu latest, feel good about that. Uses actions checkout, setup node. Don't want version 16.13x. I actually want 20 something because I'm using 20, so I'm going to say 20.0x. Install npm test. So I probably should go into my package file and actually make proper test script. I don't have to just always rely on running vtest by hand. But I want you to do run, but to get it to pass through, got to do like that. Yeah. So we will go for test. We'll do npm test and tell it to run. I wonder, does vtest have anything for CI specifically? Let's check out, do we get help? Set environments, API, UI. I see, not env.ci. That's fine. Do a coverage report. I don't know what the coverage report looks like, but I'm interested in it. So I'm just going to run that for once here. Do run coverage. Where does it dump the coverage report? Oh, I don't need npm test. I do not have coverage provider. Let's go ahead and install the coverage system. Interesting. Don't hate it. I wonder though, can I get it to print this out to a file somewhere? Coverage. Search for vtest coverage. Report to file. Okay. But can I can configure it like this. Did this make, ooh, I've got a lot of changes here. Did make a coverage directory. Ooh, fascinating. I want to open this up. I've never used the vtest coverage reporter. Let's open it. Oh, this is very nice. Let's see. Line coverage. So let's see. I can do filtering. I can order. You can see I have least coverage in pool.ts. Aha, I don't have coverage on my errors. That's not surprising at all. And I don't have coverage on pool error. Not surprising that I haven't written automated tests for those failure cases. Pretty good. I wonder, but how can I get this reported in GitHub Actions? I will hold on that for a second, but I do like having coverage in here, but I don't want coverage in my Git. I don't want to commit this. So I'm going to echo the coverage folder into gitignore. All right, so that gets our changes down to something more reasonable. DS store, go away. I'll add that to gitignore in a moment. We don't want to deal with it just yet. So coverage is fun. I'm going to get that as part of continuous integration. So we'll do run with dash dash coverage. Okay. Some way to get those files out somewhere more useful or like findable. But I just want to do install and test. And one thing is that my tests are full integration tests. So I am going to need, I'm going to need a database on here. So I think there's a way in in GitHub Actions Postgres database. Service containers. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to have to, I can create the service. This goes inside of the job. Yeah, interesting. So they have, we don't have to set up node like this. I think I might actually want checkout v3. Yeah. All right, Copilot. Gotta help you out too. So I want Postgres. I'm going to specify which Postgres I want. Here I am on 14. Okay, so I need to get Postgres 14. So I'm going to search for Docker Hub Postgres. The official image. So we'll take 14. Yeah, I'll just take the latest of 14. Oh, check out v3. I don't think I actually want to make that setup node. Let's see what that does. It might be, part of me wants to like just run it on an actual node container, but I'm going to go with setup node for now. And I've got to actually create my test database. Got to figure out where to set environment variables for my action because I have some environment that I need. Need a database URL. Let's see. Map of variables that are available to all steps. Yeah, I'm going to go with database URL. That's interesting. I don't know how to connect label use access the service container. So I bet this is Postgres at Postgres. This is going to be shopping cart test. I'm going to have to create that database and migrate it up. So I'm going to do name create database. Don't know how I'm going to create that database. And then name create, say, migrate DB. Okay, actually the test itself is responsible for creating the data. The test is not currently responsible for creating the database. So if I set up my test so that it can work even if the database is not created in Postgres, then that will be what I want. So all I gotta do, go into, gotta open up Postico. So I've got shopping cart dev and shopping cart test. But if I drop shopping cart test, oh, don't want a new database. I want to delete this one. Drop database. Now the test should fail. Because the database doesn't exist. So now I need to make the test responsible for creating the database if it does not exist. So let's see, I think I can do Postgres create database if not exists. I don't know if there's an if not exists for database, but catch an error if it already exists. So let's go into our global test setup. And I've only got one test file right now, so I'm going to put this in there for now. Catalog test. Yeah, so we get setup DB. Can we move this into setup DB? Yeah. Oh, but I don't have the database name by itself. Is the database URL is the full path. So I think I can parse that out. So I want to get my .env file. I'm going to go to friendly node land. Paste that in here. Oh, why? I'm going to say URL equals, I've copied too much stuff. So we'll say, let's say URL equals that. I think I want to do URL parse URL, no, new URL. Then I can take the slash off the path name. You can slice from one. Cool, so that'll get me my database name. All right, so let's go to setup DB. And let's say the const database name equals, we're going to do process env database URL. What does not think about this? Okay, so I was doing, at some point I'm going to want to deal with this stuff, but we can do this. Require database URL, pull it off, get the database name, and then we can do wait exec query, do create database. Can I do $1 that? That would be so wild. And we'll do a quick inline catch, and I will do intentional no op, assuming database already exists. You probably actually look at the error message and see what's in it. So I will do if it succeeds, we'll do console log created database. Otherwise, console log failed to create database, print out the error. I'm assuming in many cases it's not going to be, it's an error that we actually want to ignore. All right, so setup DB will ensure the database exists. Hey, sorry, just looked at chat right now. Good to see you here. I am in the midst of setting up GitHub Actions. So this will be when I push to GitHub, GitHub will run the test. And I'm doing that through GitHub Actions workflow. So this is some configuration code for GitHub that says when I push, I want you to run my scripts and give me some sort of a report if it doesn't work. But that means that I need a database on GitHub to actually run those tests on push. So I'm doing some setup there. The issue that I'm dealing with right now is that I can have GitHub have Postgres installed, but I actually need to create the test database in Postgres. So I'm setting it up so the tests themselves, or actually the setup DB function, will create that database. Uh, so far, I'm pulling the database name out of the database URL by parsing that URL and pulling out the path. And now I'm just to the point where I'm going to see what happens if I actually try to create the database on the fly. So here we go. All right, database shopping cart test does not exist. So what went wrong? Failed to create database error. Database shopping cart test does not exist. That. Oh, yeah, because I can't create the database on the same connection that's trying to. So execs query is attempting to connect to the database, but that's not going to work. But I think. How am I going to do this? All right, so maybe I do like the idea of making this script responsible for creating the database. I just don't know how I can get Postgres or NodePG to connect without being connected to a specific database. So I'm going to try this. So I will require PG. I'll get client. So we'll say client equals that. I'll make a new client. But this client, I'm going to connect to. Let me get my database URL out of here, but I'm not going to tell it a specific database to connect to. Let's see. Can we connect? And then c dot query create database example DB. It doesn't like that. That's interesting. So I think that might work. If I go and look at post-to-co and reload here, yeah, I did get example DB. So I need a single use connection. So I'm not going to do this through the pool because the pool uh, tries to connect to a specific database. Uh, so let's get data, look at .env. And if what I need is I need just this part of the URL. So I'm going to go look at Node and see, I'm already in Node. So what I'm trying to do is I want to see if I can go from this URL and get everything other than the path name. So I think what I might do is do URL url.href. And I want to take the path name off the end. Just like the simplest thing to do here is to do URL href replace URL path name with nothing, and that gives that to me. What would cause a problem here is if someone did something like that and you try to use it with a database called Postgres, and then it's going to strip out this one. I really just wanted to strip off from the end. I don't know how important it is to get this correct, but I'm gonna do it. So I wanted to say take this off, but only if it's at the end. I could do a slice. So I could do URL href slice from 0 to URL href.length minus URL.pathname.length. And that'll do it. So that's saying slice from the beginning up to the length of the URL minus the length of the path. So I think I'm going to do it like this because that's always going to be correct. So go back to setup DB. This is starting to be its own thing. So I'm going to make a function async create DB. So I've already got the database name. Do that in here. And then I want, then this becomes a problem. So I'm going to go, just do this up here still. The create DB, so we need a connection. So I'm going to say client equals new client to import that from Postgres, and we'll use process in the database URL to connect to that. I'll await client connect, and then we'll do create database $1 with the database name. And this is the part where I want to catch that error if I fail to create, because I'm assuming that failed to create means the database already exists. And so that's okay. And then we've got to disconnect the client. I just want to make sure. Yeah, they call it end. Okay, and then this one's, so this is the wrong part. This is where I need to do this slicing. So we will go with, okay, so I'm going to say const database URL equals new URL with that. So I can use database URL, that's the database name. And we'll say Postgres URL equals database URL dot href dot slice, and we'll go from 0 to this. Look at that helpful Copilot, which is in, because I already had it from down here. Okay, so we've got this one is going to connect to that. Okay, this is starting to get, I'm going to move that in here to make it really clear. This is all to do with that. And this is There's a couple things that I need to take care of here. One is that I just want to write some comment to explain what on earth is going on here. Uh, so this function creates a new database with the name specified in the database URL environment variable. I like that. For example, if it's that, we'll create a database named shopping cart. I like that. It's idempotent, meaning it can be run multiple times without causing any problems. So this is true, that if you run this twice in a row, the second time, it's gonna fail. But that's fine because we're catching that error, and nothing will go wrong. So that's a good comment. Uh, I want to describe what's going on with parsing. Uh, so it's idempotent. This is ensured by catching errors when creating the database. It is assumed the most likely error is that the database already exists. I want to do something here. I've got a to-do note for myself here, which is to do check if the error's database already exists. I don't just want to assume that. I actually want to verify. And if there's some other error, we can rethrow it. So we'll say this function uses its own database client because the common pool requires a database to exist before it can connect to it. So this is, I'm creating that client. There's one more thing that I've got to do, which is that I want to wrap this whole thing in a try catch so that no matter what happens, I always want to make sure that I get client.end called. I don't want to leave this, if something goes wrong here, I do want to always do that. So I'm going to go from client connect. We'll do a try, do all this stuff, and then finally client end. So if anything goes wrong here that I'm not predicting, it's always going to get to client.end. So we won't have this just dangling around. And then, so here we'll do an await create DB. So I think this is all I need. I'm going to check in Postico. So currently I have shopping cart dev. I've already deleted shopping cart test. So now what I expect will happen is when I run my test, it will create that database. So let's do a single run of the tests. Database shopping cart test does not exist. It's happening in setup DB line 51, so something is going wrong. This is not doing what I hope it would do. We go and look at Postico, reload. Yeah, we don't have shopping cart dev. I'm going to put some logging in here. We'll say console log, creating database name. We did have an error. Syntax error at or near $1. So I don't know if I can use $1. Oh, wait. I think I might need to quote this. That seems a little odd. I don't feel like I'm about to create a database named $1. Yeah. Thinking about create database and this parameterization maybe doesn't work. Like I don't like doing this. That seems like I'm asking for trouble. It does work though. If someone gets in, so here's something like I'm worried about like environment variables and somebody sneaking something in there. Like if somebody already has access to set my environment variables, they already have total access to my machine, and I'm already dead. So I think in this case, I feel okay about injecting an environment, like doing this type of interpolation in a SQL query. Normally, I would want to use that thing, but I think because I'm using an environment variable for the database name, if you've hacked me, you've hacked me. So this is good. This will create a database. This is already like a full page of code, so I'm going to move this to its own file. So we've got createDB is now its own file. I like that. Okay, so running test. Make sure we can run this twice in a row. Get an error. Database already exists. So I do want to check. I don't want to like, this is the good case that database already exists. So I want to uh, modify this so that if the error is database already exists, that it won't break anything. So I'm going to say if error dot message dot includes already exists. I'll do a quick message console log database already exists. That's fine. Else, I will rethrow the error because if it was something that like I don't understand why it's failing, I want to see that error message. But if the database already exists, I don't need a lot of noise going out in my console. This just says database already exists. That's fine for me. Let me see. I think I want to put, does this error or order matter? I don't really need to see both messages. Doesn't matter much. Yeah, creating database already exists. Seems good to me. So going back to my code here. So I thought I was going to, so what we're looking at here in the GitHub action. So this was an example that I was starting from. Delete all that because I'm not using it. What we're looking at is a definition for instructions for GitHub to run my tests and other things. This is the name of this action. We'll see it online in a second. And this is saying when to run it. So workflow dispatch means that we can we can click a button online, it'll run it. This says that if you ever push to main, it's going to run it. And this says if you ever open a pull request, it's going to run this code. This says like if you ever try to push it while it's currently running, it'll cancel the last run and always run with the most up-to-date code. And then here's some definition of how to run that code. So this is saying I want to run it on Ubuntu. I want to run with this database URL. I want I want GitHub to start a database for me when it runs it. And then here's the actual steps of how to run these tests. So we want to check out the code. We want to set up node. We want to run an npm install. And I was thinking, I need to create a database. But then I thought I would much rather that the test script itself is responsible for creating a database. So that GitHub Actions doesn't have to create a database. It just needs to run. So that is my GitHub Actions definition. Got a few other changes here. So I added, when I ran my test, I added a test coverage system. We'll look at that in a second. But I, in that, installed some stuff to get some test coverage. I do want this. I want this npm test script. So I'm going to stage this. Definitely need to add my GitHub Actions. But actually, I don't want this just yet. I'm going to add my create DB and setup DB code first as a commit. So this says this commit adds database creation to the test suite. Say adds automatic database creation to the test suite. So I'm going to commit that by itself. And then I'm going to stage this one. I'm going to say adds alias to run test as npm test. And then I'm going to add GitHub Actions. So let's say add this file, and this is going to add GitHub Action definition to run tests. And I'll commit that. Now I'm going to do a push, and this should automatically run those tests on GitHub Actions. I've got like 10% confidence that this is going to work on the first go, but let's give it a shot. So we'll run a git push and go see what did GitHub make of this. All right, so I've got 31 commits up, which includes those ones. And now I've got this little sort of tan disk here. And that indicates actions. I've also got my actions tab up here. If I click on this, it's going to show me in progress work of running those tests for that commit. So if I go and look at those details, it is running through my steps. So in the GitHub Actions, I had indicated that I wanted to run on Ubuntu. I wanted to run some things for checkout node. So this is going through step by step and following the instruction set in those things. Okay, so I got pretty far. I got through the install. I got through test. Okay, so this is all right, I do need to add those other two things. So my test runner vtest had some changes to the way that it runs coverage, and I had set up, I will open the package file. Yeah, the package file is not asking for coverage, but something about vtest is attempting to do coverage, and I had accepted this and installed it locally, but I didn't commit that yet. So I'm going to go ahead and commit this. I also had a git ignore to ignore coverage. So let's say this commit installs coverage reporting dependencies for vtest. And I will save all and commit. What are you saying? Doesn't like something. I don't know what this is trying to do. I'm going to stage these individually. Try to commit that. Okay, I don't know why that didn't like that commit when I did it all as one bundle, but I'll sync that up. And now we go back to here. Now it's rerunning with that latest commit. I can also look at this through the Actions tab, and we see on this commit, the tests failed. And then I looked at the output, determined I needed to actually get all my package file changes. And now we are running this one. So we're waiting for it to spawn some computers on GitHub. So there it is, starting a database. It downloads my code, right? So every time the GitHub Actions runs, GitHub spawns a fresh computer for me, uh, installs code, so I get a really consistent environment for running those tests. It's going to go build up a computer from scratch every time. Okay, this is interesting. It actually got through some stuff and runs to the terminal. So let's see what's going on. So I got coverage reporting, starts my test server, connects to a database, but we get an error. Connection refused. Okay, so I had made an assumption about my test database. We can look at this. You can see setup job, operating system. Trying to look at the environment. So if you look at the workflow, I told for the test, I wanted to connect here. And this connection string is protocol. So this is Postgres protocol, username, password, host, port. And so I was making the assumption that I would connect that the host name would be, instead of like at localhost, it would be at Postgres. But maybe that's not right. So I'm going to go look up for GitHub Actions Postgres host name. Postgres service host name? How to connect to Postgres and GitHub Actions. That is exactly what I want. They're trying to do the same thing that I'm trying to do. They've got user, password, DB. See if there's an answer, slightly different setup. Postgres is not exposed on 5432. How do they do it? Okay, they do exposing ports. And they have to reference, so this is like referencing data up here as a variable. So jobs, services, Postgres ports 5432. So I am going to try and do something like this. I'm going to take their environment settings, go to testcml. So I want Postgres password, Postgres user to be Postgres, port 5432. And then the database URL is kind of what I have similar to here. instead of doing this environment here, so this is like global to all steps, all jobs. I'm actually going to do just right here. I'm going to say this particular step gets this environment variable. So it's a little bit more specific to exactly what's running here. And then I want something like this, and I think I can do it right there. So this is like string interpolation for this. And we'll see if this goes. So I've got fingers crossed I have fixed this. So I'm going to stage that change, and let's say this commit uh, correctly uses the like specifies the port to connect to Postgres in GitHub Actions. And I'm hoping that's correct, but we will find out. This is where like this GitHub Actions, and this is one of the reasons why I wanted to do it early, is that the feedback cycle for determining whether or not you've done this correctly is a little bit slower. Right? I have to edit code on my computer, go through a commit process, and push it up. Uh, and so the larger your system is, the more problems you might have. So if you set up GitHub Actions very early, uh, you hopefully have like fewer details to work through to get it running at all. Uh, so if I get this in 3 tries, that'll actually be pretty good. Yay, there we go. 3 tries. Feel very good about that. So now if I go back to my shopping cart view, I get a nice friendly little green check mark here. And so this verifies that my tests passed on GitHub, which I feel pretty good about. I want to add a couple more things to this. So one thing, it is good that the tests pass. I also want to make sure that the code is formatted correctly and that TypeScript works. So I can do a TypeScript check. If I do TSC for TypeScript, so this is showing me there are some issues here. I'm going to do allow JSX. I'm surprised this is not picking up my configuration from. Oh, I didn't want to generate all these files. Oh no, I ran TypeScript and it generated JavaScript files for everything. I just wanted to do a check. Can I do? I can revert all of this. I want to say, so I ran TSC. I just wanted to have TypeScript tell me whether or not I had correctly I was type safe. But instead it actually generated JavaScript files. Like this is what TypeScript does, is it takes your JavaScript and it takes your TypeScript and turns it into JavaScript, and also verifies that all your types are correct. But I didn't want to actually create the JavaScript files. But if I revert, I'm just going to delete those JavaScript files. Ask for help from the TypeScript system. I just want it to no omit. I want no omit so that it doesn't actually build those files. And I want to put npx in front of that. Oh, yeah, and so I'm surprised that it is not finding, it should be getting this value from the tsconfig JSON. Say JSX equals React JSX. Okay, so this is a good output. If it says nothing, that's a good sign. I can break something about this so we can see what it would look like with that. So if I was to say, where is a function? So we got reset DB. None of these take anything. If I was to say const bad string equals 55, uh, and tell TypeScript that bad string is supposed to be a string, my editor tells me you can't assign a number to a string. That's absurd. But if I go on the command line, why is this command line thing not giving the appropriate errors? Hmm. Need to tell it to run in a particular directory? Okay, there we are. No. Tell it to run. Files? No. All right, TypeScript. How do I convince you to actually check? Can you do source star.ts? What it's throwing me is that it's not, no inputs were found in config file. That's useful information. What does this mean? TypeScript, no inputs were found in config file. This can occur because TypeScript server can't find any files described by the include array. Think, yeah, root directory. So I have to tell TypeScript what the root directory is. And so I think by default, it assumes that the root directory is the this directory. Actually, the root directory for me is source. I don't have any source code out here in the root of the project. I've got it all in the source directory. So I think now, no, so much for that. Maybe I've got the combination of the root directory and the include now. doesn't need to include the root directory. I not need the include. No. All right, why is TSC not working? Everything else to do with TypeScript is working for me right now, but I can't do a quick type check. Match by default include pattern. I'm just going to double check. Does test work? Did I break my tests? No, did not break my tests. Do TypeScript check types CLI. Is there a way to run TSC to do type checking? You can give it specific files. Maybe I can tell it to run on a specific file. Okay, that kind of works, but it doesn't seem to have all of my configuration. So I'm going to pass on running that for now. I'm going to cut short trying to figure this one out. I'm just going to unstage all those changes. I'm going to be happy that my tests run at all. I had one other bit of repository setup work that I wanted to do, and that was setting up code formatting. So I would like to make sure that my code formatting is really consistent. And so one way to do that is to set up a tool that will format your code every time that you run a commit. And so there is a tool for this with NPM called Husky. And Husky can be used uh, to install hooks into Git. So certain scripts will run every time that you do particular Git actions. So we can set things to run when we commit. I'm going to install Husky. Great, and I'm going to look for Husky Prettier. Use Prettier with the pre-commit tool. Yeah, and I want to use git format staged. So this is going to say whenever I run a commit, it'll format staged files. So I've got Husky init. Okay, so this is set up my repository for running that. I'm going to install Git format staged. And then I'm going to install a script. So this is going to run a code formatter when I commit. So ideally, the code formatting, I'll have that installed in my editor. So everything should be formatted. But this is just a really heavy-handed way to say, when you commit code, always format it at that time. So if somehow I edited a file in a different tool, or if I turned off formatting on save for some reason, uh, this will say, hey, you're going to get your code will be formatted all the time. So I'm going to add stuff and say git commit-m. This commit adds Husky and format on commit script. Format with prettier. Command not found. So something about these instructions went awry. So let's look at this pre-commit git format staged. Why do I not have access to git format staged? Probably have it with npx. Yeah, so I'm going to update this script. Use npx.runit. And then I probably need to have check status now. We'll add everything from Husky, and let's try to commit again. All right. And I will push that. The GitHub Actions are going to spring to life. I just want to give an example of showing that formatter in action. So let's go ahead and I'm going to make some changes. So normally, if I were to edit my code like this, here I've got format on save, but I can do save without formatting. So now I have a source code file here that is not the way that I want it to be. So I'm going to switch to a temporary branch so I can show this without cluttering up history. So I'll switch create demo formatter. And if we look at what's going on here, I have broken the formatting on my code. If I add and commit demo format on commit, it didn't seem to do what I thought it would do. No, it didn't. Maybe we'll do Husky pre-commit. Husky pre-commit is not doing what I expect it to do. Follow these instructions. What happens if I run prettier? Ah, I don't have prettier installed in this project. So I'm going to do npm install prettier. And let's see, how do I get started with prettier? Install. Want to create config file. And I want a prettier ignore file so it doesn't try to format certain things. build and coverage is probably a good idea to ignore. Don't want to format node modules. Don't want to format my public directory. I want to format source. Okay. So now let's see. npx prettier. Okay, so that is showing formatting for everything. So now let's see if the Husky if I do add that. Don't want to look at that. I want to run it. npx get format staged help. Yeah, cats and huskies. All right, so why? We can use prettier to check the formatting. And that tells me that I have some formatting issues in a bunch of files. I think for now, for simplicity, I'm going to, like, what would happen if we just did npx prettier check? Can I get it to fail on warnings? What if we do right? We'll do npx prettier dash dash right. If we run this script, that'll write things out. Yeah, and that did formatting with a bunch of stuff. Fixed that. So the downside is that it formatted literally every file in the project, even though I maybe didn't even change these. And that's what this get format stage is trying to do. Get format stage is trying to say, let's only format the files that have changed right now. But that's not working for some reason. So I'm happy to just, and this is a pretty small project, like that becomes more of a problem when you have hundreds or thousands of files in your project. I've only got like 15. So I'm going to be happy to take that hit for now. I'm going to do git restore source. Okay. I'm going to switch back to main. I need to get restore staged source. So I can switch back to main. Do a full git restore in the source directory. And then I can add all of these things. Got prettier installed. So I will add all of these. Format on commit with Husky and prettier is installed. This commit installs format on commit with Husky and prettier. Run that commit. So this is why I want the format stage, is because this like now created changes and didn't actually get them committed. So I'm going to do git restore source. This tool is kind of specific in that it sort of it modifies the commit before you do it. So I'm just going to install it and we'll see if it works properly when I actually do some real work. So I've been fiddling around with tooling for long enough, and I actually should go back and do some real work. So we'll do switches to use, what was this called? Git format staged in Husky pre-commit hook. All right, we'll push that up. So what I should really focus on, other than fun tooling, which is good to have tooling. So we got continuous integration with GitHub hooks. That's definitely working. Husky is a shrug. Who knows what's going on there? Uh, uh, so I can work on, we put some simple pagination in. That could be fun because that'll do front end, back end, a lot of stuff there. I think I'll do that. So I will do pagination. So let's look at what we've got going on. So if we look at shopping cart dev and look at products, we have, well, we've got 10 products right now. If I go to my env and set the product count to something wild like 10,000, and then run db reset, now I've got a whole bunch of products. No, I don't. Why don't I have a whole bunch of products? Why did it only make 10? Oh, because of that underscore. Doesn't parse that correctly. I remember that from last session. Okay, so that's making a whole bunch of products. Go. Okay, so I've got 10,000 products in my database. We can confirm that by running a count. Got 10,000. So that means if I go to look at the application, I need to restart my server apparently. terminals. That's gateway timeout. See if I need to restart that. All right, I'm only showing 10 products here, and I think that's because in my server file, yeah, I put a limit here, artificially limiting myself to 10 results. If I come back here, reload, and go to the catalog, whoa, I've got 10,000 products. Is not great. If we go and look at the network and reload, that didn't take a huge amount of time to fetch that data. We get all 10,000. I think I've got, don't have the React dev tools installed here. So let's get React dev tools. We can go and look at how long this took to render. All right, I've got the dev tools installed. Let's reload. We need to actually create a new tab to get the React dev tools working here. There we are. So I can use the React profiler, reload, to reload and start profiling. Then I can hit stop. So this is showing me individual renders of the application. So first render took about 6 milliseconds, but this is before any data has been loaded. Second render, real slow. Took a quarter of a second to render because I'm rendering 10,000 things. Next one, relatively slow. So that is, I don't, you know, I don't need to show 10,000 things. On the network, seeing that, because the React profiler is running. This is a not changed. I'm going to disable the cache. There we go. That's more what I was expecting to see. So without data cached, this is sending 2 megabytes. 2 megabytes. Yeah, this is O of n with a really big n. It's not great. So I'm sending 2 megabytes worth of data, and it's taking half a second. And so I don't need to send all 10,000 products at once. I'm going to put that limit back in place for a quick second. That's a lot closer to what we want to see. You know, minimal amount of data, minimal amount of time. So what we can do, and I'll go over to Postico. If I was to go select star from products, limit 10, offset 10. Let's do, I'm just going to select the ID. So we'll start with limit 10, offset 0. This gives me IDs 1 through 10. If I do limit 10, offset 10, I get 11 through 20. Offset 20, 21 through 30. So one way to do this pagination is I want to bump my limit and my offset by the same amount for each page. So this is page 3, this is page 1, and allow for some way to go from page 2 to page. Strictly speaking, if you're going to do limit and offset, you should do order by something. By default, if you don't specify an order for Postgres, it it is legally allowed, according to its specification, to return them in any order that you want. You might end up with pages that don't make sense. So I'm going to go order by ID ascending as my default. I'm going to go update this query. So we're going to do select star from store.products, limit 10, offset 0. And we'll do order by ID ascending. Make sure, yep, that query matches up. And so we're sort of going in this direction. And I'm going to have to go and look at my tests. And I'll think about how to control this from our front end. So we're looking at catalog like this, and we'll open up our catalog test. And so I have been just doing 4 items, so I'm not going to have enough to hit my pagination at that point. So I'm going to think about, how do I want to design this pagination system? So some common possibilities for pagination is that I might want to be able to control the page size. Sometimes you'll see tools that let you pick, I can have 5 per page, 10 per page, 20 per 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 page. I'm going to be able to control page size. I want to be able to control page number. I'm not going to do sort order just yet, but I want to be able to go to next page, go to previous page, and I want to go to, definitely want to be able to go to the first page. I don't know about go to last page. That one is a maybe. Go to pages that doesn't exist. Don't go to pages that don't exist. Okay. And it's just how do I want to control these things? Is that I'd really like to be able to control them through the URL and with routing. So I have some options here for that. As I can make my URL be catalog, right? I could do that all in a query param like this. I could do part of it as catalog, page 1, and size equals 10. I'm going to go for putting all of these in URL params. So if I want to go to page 2, go to page 1, modify the size like that. One reason why I like doing this immediately, being able to control the page number and the page size, is that it makes it a little. I can test pagination with fewer items if I can control the page size. I was just thinking about what are some of the bounds of this? Is uh, disallow negative pages. I can't go to page -1. I want to disallow negative page size. I want to have maximum page size, right? I don't want somebody to be able to like completely destroy my server by saying like, I would like page size 10,000, please. That's exactly the situation they're trying to get away from. So let's go to our, well, I guess I'm going to write a test case for this. And I probably want some defaults, but we'll get there in a moment. So I'm going to add a test, which is it renders the page size of products. Okay, so this is interesting. I'm going to go down to do it only. So I'm just going to run this test. So renders the page size of products. Already works. I want to check. I do this. Does this still work? Yeah. So it's rendering 4 products. But I would like this to include parameters with page size. So I'm going to say initial entries is an array which has page size equals 2. And if page size equals 2, I only want to show 2 items, and that fails. So I've asked for page size 2, and I think in that case I should only have 2 items in my catalog, but it's currently rendering 4. So this is a good test. We can go work on code to make this test pass. Let's go to the catalog. And a couple things I need to do. Like I need to figure out a way to get the page size out of here. So I believe with React Router I can use params. Yeah. Arguments does this take? And I'm going to go ahead and console log param so I can see what the shape of that is. Run params as an empty object. Not what I'm expecting. I just do question mark. And I'm still getting empty page size. I do console log window location href to see what the URL is in this test. Okay, so memory router appears not to be giving me that URL. Let's look at React Router DOM, memory router. So I can do initial entries with a URL. Instead of base name, I set params. React Router test URL params. Is this not params? Is this query string? Testing route component uses search parameters. I want React router. Do I just want to be using something other than use params? Use query params? No, that's not a real function. Use search params. Aha. Let's see, does that give us what we're looking for? That gives us, okay, we have like a setter and a getter here. Do we have page size? No. As far as I know, I don't have anything. A React router, DOM, memory router, search query string. How to use memory router in order to test use params calls. And again, that's just showing a typical path. Use search params. So memory router takes initial entries, but can I set search params? Like, what if I just set whatever URL? It's showing the URL doesn't include that at all. Catalog isn't doing anything by itself. Catalog test seems like it really should be controlling the URL. Initial entries equals something. Wanna, yeah, not showing up there. I wonder, what kind of render options do I have? All right, so I'm using React testing library, React router DOM, that URL. How can I test that a URL search changed? This is getting close to what I want. Not saying anything to control that URL. Okay, they're doing like defining the window location. It says that's not true anymore because you're using JS DOM. You're using a browser router. All right, why do I not properly control the URL with this test? I'll say page size equals 2. But the URL, but I can't be looking at window location URL because I'm using a memory router. So this is going to lead me astray. I can say const location equals use location from React Router DOM. And this one should properly respect being wrapped in the memory router. There we are. Okay, so the test is controlling this because I do get so what's going on there is I was trying to look at window.location, but because I'm using a test and I'm using memory router, I'm not actually changing the window location. I'm just changing the memory router. And then all parts of React Router DOM will look at the memory router instead of the actual window dot location. So I was just confusing myself there. So that's good. Use location is working correctly. Use search params is being weird. So location is great. Params get all. I want to do params get page size. Aha, there it is. Page size 2. Okay, it was working. I just didn't know how to use it. That's pretty common. So we'll say page size equals params get page size. And I actually want to do parse int out of this. I'll go ahead and start to assume a default page size. I'm just getting mentally distracted here. I want to go do a little distraction bit here. So these log messages, very useful, but I'm gonna have to like bounce around a lot. And I am aware of potentially a really cool tool that could help me get these log messages uh, in here. And I'm not sure. There is a cool tool called Console Ninja. I want to see if it is. This is supposed to be a tool that will like take those log messages and inline them in my editor. So I'm going to try this out and see if this helps me get a little bit faster feedback loop. I haven't used this yet. All right, how do I use this? Supported technologies. Ports Vite. Consoles. How do I run it? So they say after you install it, it should just work. So I log this here. Now it does not seem to be doing that. If I do npx console ninja npm test, yeah, that's not a thing. I'm not going to spend too long here. Restart. Yeah, it's not connected to anything. UCLI command. Well, they claim that I should be able to do this. I need to restart my terminal. Okay, we can kill this, trash this terminal, make a new terminal. Console Ninja is not available. Aha. But is Console Ninja is available? Ah, that's cool. So now I get my log messages right in line. And this is showing me that this log message hit 3 times. Page size 2, page size 2, page size 10. That's really cool. And then at some point I had an error fetching projects. This is really nice. So I don't have to just sort of always be scrolling back up to see those log messages. Yeah, this is pretty rad. And if I go to my test file, I get this log message here as well. This is pretty slick. So let's see if I save this to get my test to run again. Oh, but how do I clear these is I think if I run this again, yeah, it's not resetting the console every time. So how do I console ninja clear output? Okay. I wish I could get console ninja to like clear on save or something like that. Let me just see if there's any other configuration. Be under settings. Hmm. Can do actions on save. Editor actions on save. Is this? I want it to clear all of the log messages when I save. Clear on save. Normally there is a way to like run console ninja LBJS console ninja clear. I think what I'm looking for, clear output. Okay, yeah, console ninja clear output is the name of the command. So we can go to settings and code actions on save, console ninja clear output. I'm going to say true. Yeah. So now if I go to my test, go to catalog, let's save this to run the test. So that logged. And when I save, it did not clear it. So I don't know how these settings work. Code actions to be run on save. Let's see. VS Code run code action by name. Command URI. I'm trying to do it with the script. Let's do key bindings. Keyboard shortcuts. If I do like control NJ for ninja, that'll run console ninja clear output. If I do catalog NJ, okay, so that works as a keyboard shortcut, but I don't want to do it as a keyboard shortcut. I'm just trying to see that like this, that is the name of the command. Code action on save is not what I want. What is code actions on save? What's your code actions on save? Can I run arbitrary actions on save? If I go to the catalog to reopen, now when I save this file and run the test, it keeps printing out, like I don't want to see output from previous runs. I'd really like it if it would run an arbitrary. But I still want to look up what is code action on save meant to be doing. I'm just kind of uh, guessing as to what this is and how to use it. Code actions on save. Oh, code actions on save is supposed to be an array, not an object. Maybe this is it. Okay, go to catalog. No, that is not clearing it out. There's like source dot stuff. Can I do arbitrary actions? Maybe not. Let's say VS Code run command on save. Run on save. Not built in, but there is a plugin. Yeah, I don't want to format code. I want to run commands. Got run on save. It's going to run shell commands. I don't really want to run a shell command. I want to run a VS Code command. Run VS Code command. Okay, this might be what I want. I'm going to install run on save. Go to settings. So this code actions on save, this was not the thing. I'm going to look for run on save. How are we configuring this? Run on save. Run on save commands is an array, takes an object, and we say we want to match, I will match star match on everything. Commands dot run in VS Code, and the command will be console ninja clear output. So I'm hoping that this means when I save, it's going to clear console. No. How unfortunate. Try to do a better match. Maybe it's not matching. We'll do star.tsx. I'm going to do closer to their match. But instead of Python, we'll do TSX. Yeah, that did it. When I save, it clears out the console messages from the previous run. So this I like, but I just want, like, why didn't star work? Try to do dot star. Yeah, we'll do dot star. So if I save any file, I'm going to clear the output from the console ninja. So now I know I'm always going to see the output from the last run. Okay. This I like. This I like a lot. A bit of a journey, but I am pleased with that. Uh, yeah, I feel like appreciate the compliment. Impressed by how easily I can pick up new extensions. I think I just have so much comfort just kind of like bouncing around, and I think you get used to how things work, and your guesses become better. And when your guesses are wrong, you sort of become confident in like making another guess. Uh, I don't know. Yeah, it's like the world of what different programming systems can do gets smaller over time. You can sort of like run at it. But this is cool. So this is really helpful now. Got our page size. So what I have done here is that we've got a page size, we've got a default page size. So now I want to pass the page size along to our fetch. And I could do something like, pass in page size like that, which I guess I'll just do. And I need to go to my app and let's see if we can get, I want to go restart my server. And how did I get Console Ninja? Yeah, let's prefix my server with Console Ninja as well. So let's console log quest.query. And if we go, oh, that's right, because it's coming from the test. Because the tests are going all the way through the server. It is going to exercise this line of code when the test runs. So we've got page size here. Okay. I'm going to say const page size equals request query page size. And I also want to figure out the page. So let's go, actually have to go to my catalog and we will do similar thing here. Const page equals parse int params get page or one. And we'll update this to say and page equals page. And that's Copilot being really helpful. Go back to the app. We'll say const page equals request query page. So we've got page size 2, pages 1, and Console Ninja, really nice. This is already worth the time spent on that. So now we're going to say that we want to compute the limit and the offset from the page and the page size. So limit will be page size. So that's great. I'm going to say limit is that, page is that, const offset equals, so I'm doing one based pages, so we're going to do limit times page. I'm going to have to parse int these because they're coming through as strings and I can't multiply strings. And then TypeScript is going to complain about this because these might be undefined. So my default limit is going to be 10. Oh, request.query might be weird. I'm going to ignore this TypeScript error for a second because I don't want to deal with the fact that this might be like a string array or something like that. For page 1. So the offset is the limit times the page, but I actually want to do page minus 1 because offset should be 0 for page 1. And then we can go update our query. To do $1, $2, and say we're going to go by limit and offset. And then we've got some extra syntax in there. And our test passes now. So we've got a working, if you ask for page size 2, you get 2 items in your output. Uh, I want to control this to say it renders the requested page of products. So if we ask for page size 2 and page 2, then I think we should see product 3 and 4. And missing parentheses. There we are. You ask for page 2, you get those pages. Um, I'm looking at I made these notes here. So I might just start to go through and so we can control the page size. That is done. We can control the page number. We can go to the next page. So let's say, I'm going to say describe page controls. Yep, we want to handle those clicks. Exactly. So let's say well, yeah, we want to render page controls. Let's see, what do we want to say here? Yeah, I'm just going to do previous and next here. And I'm going to do get by role button as text next. Can I say, we have a next button, and we're going to have a previous button. And this test fails. I'm going to go into an only. So I'm going to go to my catalog, and I'll make a button next in previous. That test passes now. And so it renders the next page of products when requested. All right, so I mean, look at how wonderful Copilot is being for us, gobbling up all this context and building a test for us. So this is going to render memory. It's going to render the first page with page size 2. We're going to click on the next button, and then eventually we should see 2 items, page 3 and 4. So I'm going to go and ask to only run this test. And this fails because when we click next, we never see product 3 and 4. But let's go ahead and look at our catalog. So what I'd like to have happen here is that when you click on next, I want to update the search params. I'm going to bring in the second part of this hook, which is set params. I'm going to go look at the types for this and see how does set URL search params work. I'm going to go to the React Router DOM documentation. React Router set search params. Works like navigate, but only for the search portion of the URL. Supports functional updates. Okay, so I'm going to go for when you click next, we're going to do set search params. Page size will stay page size, but page will be page plus one. It's going to be set params. This does not like that. Serialized form query. I wonder, is this doing... I want a better example. Maybe this example will be better. Set search. Here we go. Well, that is calling it with an object. URL search params. Okay, so I think there's something about how this needs to be URL search params, which I don't really know how URL search params works as a thing, but I think that might be like a built-in, yeah. So let's say params equals new URL search params. Set A to 1, param set B to 2, turn params into a string. Okay, but I can't just give it an object. I can't just give it a string. I have to actually construct these search params from one of these things, I think. What is a URL search params init? Don't know. I'm gonna go see what that is. It's a string or a param key value pair array, or a record of string to string. So record of string to string makes me think that I should be able to do this, except I have to go to string. Yeah, okay. I just didn't like that I was passing this in as numbers, uh, which I guess is fine. The next thing that's going on is that now I'm setting these, but I'm not refetching my data. So I need my use effect to appropriately depend on page and page size. So if either of these change, I want to refetch. And that does it. So when you click next, we set params and then refetch the data to go to the next page. So I'm gonna do the same. I'm gonna go make a test for this one. So it renders the next page of projects when requested. Let's go. It renders the previous page of products when requested. And doing repetitive work like test cases is a place where Copilot really shines. Again, you have to look at what Copilot makes to make sure it makes sense. So we're starting on page 2, page size 2. We're going to click the button, and then we should see products 1 and 2. So I'm going to run this test in isolation. It fails because when we're seeing the second page of products. So I'm going to go over to my component and wire up my previous button. We'll say onClick, set params, page size stays the same, page goes -1. And that's the right thing. Copilot, again, being really helpful there. We've figured out that if next was +1, previous was -1. And now that is working. So let's go to a real web browser and see how this looks. So I've got my 10 products. Click next. Well, when I click next, my address bar is definitely changing, but I don't see different stuff here. So I'm going to go and see what's going on. Look at the network. Go to my catalog. So this is requesting initially page size 10, page 1. Click next, and it's requesting page size 10, page 2. It's getting, but it's getting the first 10 products both times. That definitely does seem a little off. Go to my server. Let's see. Okay, so if I go reload here, this asked for page 2, 10 items. And we queried limit 10, offset 0. I'm going to put a better log in here. Get products, limit, page, and offset. We'll reload here. My server's not updating. This looks better. Okay, I think trying to wrap this in Console Ninja broke something about my code reloading. That seems okay to me. I'm going to take that off for the server. It seems really helpful in test. I'll figure out how to run it with the server later. So this is reasonably good until break everything. Yeah, I get errors when I do things that I'm not supposed to do. The other issue that I have is that my server crashed when I got an error. I don't want my server to fully crash when I get an error. I'd like it to do some sort of error reporting and come back to life. But I think I'm at a point where I need a little break. So I'm gonna at least take I'm gonna take a 10-minute break. Yeah, I haven't. I thought I had an error handler. Oh no, I don't. I don't know why I had that in. Yeah, I don't have an error handler. But I'm gonna put a 10-minute break up, and I will be back in a moment. still, how about, oh, I think I should be unmuted now. Sorry about that. I was saying, I'm real happy with the progress on pagination. Super stoked to have Console Ninja installed. That is a great tool, love it. And I'm just thinking to look at what changes have we made? Um, so we got like basics of pagination in place, front end, back end, buttons, and tests. I am thinking to make a quick commit, but there's one thing that I want to take care of before we do that, which is this TypeScript issue. So argument of type string, parsed queues, string array, or parsed queues array is not assignable to the parameter of type string. And I believe what this is referring to is that a query string, I'm going to demonstrate this here, so we have URL search params, is that you can set params to string. It's not exactly what I'm thinking. URL search params. Can I do this with a string? Can I do like a equals 1 and b a equals 2? No. I do a equals 1, a1 equals 1, and a2 equals 2. And say dot get a. Well, I'm not entirely sure how to do this in that direction, but I can do like new URL a equals 0, a equals, oh, it's an and, a equals 1. URL search params, get a, get all a. Oh, there we go. A equals 0 and a equals 1. So if you set a parameter twice, it can have multiple values. And that is what I believe is going on in the types here, is that this is letting me know, like, hey, you're using like it's a single value, but technically someone could send in multiple values, which is not great. Oh, hey, this camera, sorry you can't see me. You should be able to see me. Let me fix this. Okay, there I am. Uh, yeah, so what's going on there is that there could be multiple values for limit and page, and I've got to handle this. So while technically it could work, I guess what I'd like to have happen is if someone tries to send in, multiple values for page, I'd like that to be an error. My application code isn't going to be doing that. It's just more that it's possible in terms of code. So I'd like to have some code here that will, to do validate query params, throw 400 if invalid. So that if someone sends page twice, I'm just gonna be like, don't use my server this way, go away. I don't have a search bar for anything yet. So I'm going to get yet another tool here, and I'm going to go reaching for something called Zod. Uh, and Zod is a validation library. Uh, so, oh, how do they input multiple pages? I see. So how do they input multiple pages? It's less that I expect someone is going to go to, I guess like if I did this and page equals 3, uh, actually I have no idea what even just, oh yeah, so like it's unlikely to happen. Uh, but I would like my API to be well behaved. And so this is TypeScript is kind of letting me know that it is possible for Express. So if someone like, went and did fetch slash API products and did page equals 1 and page equals 2, like that's possible. Like it is, well, a typical user isn't going to do this. It is possible for my server to be accessed in this way. And I would like to respond appropriately if my server ever was accessed in this way. And uh, yeah, it's I could probably get away with not doing this uh, for sure. Like probably in the lifetime of the program, the likelihood that someone will do this is going to be rare. Uh, and probably if I really thought about this, I would say this is a frustration that I have with mm, like it'd be nice if Express let me do something like, specify what the rules of using this server are a little bit more explicitly. And so because Express doesn't let me do this, uh, excuse me, that's where I want to use Zod. Zod is a system for doing really explicit validation of data. So maybe let's go and I'll look at I'll make a little scratch file here. Okay, so I'm in my scratch file and I'm going to say that my object is page, and for some reason page is an array. And we do this other tool. There's another tool, the same company that builds Console Ninja builds this tool called Quokka. And sort of nice thing about Quokka is that it runs code. How do I run? Yeah, run on save for current file. And I'm going to use the free edition. So Quokka is kind of nice. It's like Console Ninja, but it just runs files right in your editor. So now this little green bar is kind of showing us how far Quokka got, and I can log objects right in here. Yeah. Uh, so this is handy, and TypeScript sort of is able to infer some information about this object. So TypeScript knows that this is an object with a page property. Uh, but if I were to say do console you know, let's do object JSON equals JSON stringify object. So now this is a string, and TypeScript knows that this object, that this value, that this variable is a string. And then I can do parsed object is parsed. So I've sort of round tripped this. I've taken an object, turned it into a JSON string, and then I've parsed it. So if I log it, it is an object. But TypeScript doesn't know that this is an object with a shape. It just sort of says, well, you turn this into a string and then you parsed it. And so TypeScript can't help anymore. Whereas if I do object.page, TypeScript knows that that's an array of numbers. If I do parsed object.page, TypeScript doesn't know anything. It just knows that it's anything. So by going through stringify and parse, I've kind of stripped out all the knowledge that TypeScript has about this object and thrown it away. And this is kind of the position that we're in the application. So we know a little bit about it. We know that all the keys are, it's a little better than any, but it's a little non-specific. And so I'd like a way to get this information back in. I'd like to let TypeScript know what is this object, and that's something that I can do with Zod. So I'll demonstrate that in that file, but first I've got to npm install Zod. And then we'll go import z from Zod. And for Zod is going to feel a lot like defining interfaces in TypeScript, in that you define these schemas. Copilot being so nice. So here I have defined a definition of what this object is going to look like. So I'm going to say that the schema for my object is an object with a page, and page is an array of number. And a nice thing that I can use here is I can do schema parse object where, come on. To restart Quokka. All right, yeah, it's still working. So what's cool here is that this has verified that this object conforms. So if I just say const non-conforming is an object with page is 10, and then I do schema.parse non-conforming, there I'm going to get an error with some information about what went wrong. And so this is a little bit like what TypeScript is doing, but TypeScript is just doing it based on the source code. Zod is doing it based on the running program, and I can get errors. So non-conforming blew up, and you can do it in a way that won't throw an error. We can do console log that. If you do safe parse, instead of throwing an error, you'll get an object that says success was false. But what I can do is I can use schema parse parsed object. And let's say, okay, so let's do const verified object equals that. And now verified object, let's do verified object. TypeScript knows that this is now an object with page and number. And if I broke it, it allows extra data. It just doesn't allow incorrect data. So if I try to parse here, and I'll do, so I converted this object into JSON. I'll log that out here. So I got this string representation where page is 1, 2, true, but I've told Zod page can only be an array of numbers. It's not allowed to have true in it. So when I try to parse that out, it's like, expected number got a Boolean. Doesn't work. So I can use this tool to be a little bit more specific about what I'm expecting. So the way that I can use this here is I can make a Zod schema that describes what I expect to see in the request query. So let's do const pagination params equals z dot object, which can have page and page size. I'll have to import z. There's a couple things going on here that Zod is sort of, Copilot is getting ahead of us here. But Zod, we can even say that like this has got to be an integer, no decimals, and it's got to be positive. We go and look at my Scratch. If I was to say schema's got to be positive numbers, let's do schema.parse object. That's good. But if I've tried to put -2 in there, it's going to throw an error. Do 2.5. But now if I say it's got to be integers only, now it's going to throw an error. So Zod can be really great for, verifying, is the data that I'm receiving actually the data that I want to get? So what I can do here is I can do pagination params.parse request.query. Yeah, Zod goes great with TypeScript. Zod is wonderful. So let's say instead of calling this pagination params, I'm going to call this, let's rename. I'm going to call this pagination schema. We'll say const pagination params equals schema.parse. And now, right, TypeScript knows because Zod parsed it that whatever this parser returns is going to be this. Because if it doesn't match this, it's going to throw an error. So we can go in here and instead of doing this, we can run pagination params dot page size, and we can ask for pagination params dot page. And now those type errors go away, at least in source code. So if this is going to throw an error if you ask it for the wrong stuff. I would like to see something with this because I don't know what's going to happen Exactly. So if we go pagination params dot parse, don't know what happens if we give this page one page size 10. Yeah. So there's a little bit of a problem there, is that we're giving it strings and we want numbers. But I believe that we can do z.coerce number. Yeah. So we'll do page params equals that, and I'll log it out and see it. So if you have cases where you know that you're getting strings in, but you really want numbers out, uh, then you can say, hey, Zod, please coerce these. So if you can parse it from a string into a number, just go ahead and do that. So that should be something that I'll want to do here, because I want to coerce these into actual numbers so I can do math on them and stuff. Exactly everything that coerce does. But yeah, the gist of what it's going to do for us is it's going to coerce. Yeah, it'll do things like it can turn things that aren't strings into strings. You say like, hey, coerce into string. If you give it the Boolean true, it can turn that into the string to true. Uh, you can coerce other things. You can like use it for parsing dates. Uh, yeah, I say probably super common is going to be coercing numbers into strings or coercing like date strings into dates. But yeah, it's for parsing into it a known data type. Yeah, I'm even wondering, does this have like a max? That would be, oh yeah, you can do like less than and stuff. So I'm not going to do that just yet, but can like to do Thod can even enforce maximum values. So that'll be good if we want to say that like the page size can't be more than 20 or something like that. Uh, so that gets our type error out of the way. So now I feel good about making some commits. All right, I'm going to quickly add these so we can install Zod with its own commit. And then I'm going to commit all these three together as simplistic pagination. Guess don't like leaving this to do in a commit. I'm going to take that out for now. But I'll add all of these. So this commit introduces basic pagination of product catalog. Sync those changes. So I think there's maybe some things that I don't love about them. I'm going to close all these editors so we can get a little tidier. We gotta figure this. We got basics of pagination. I was gonna say that I don't love about About the pagination that we've done was this problem. Is that if I start out on page 1 and I go previous, it tries to go to page 0 and we get an error and then the server dies. So we should go and do that error handling so that the server won't completely die if it hits an error. So let's go add that error handling to I guess app because I want the error handling to be last. So we'll do app use. So that if something breaks, it will break. So this is TypeScript is saying parameter error implicitly has an any type. TypeScript just does not like you to use, at least the way I've configured it. So response is actually a response from Express. So I'm going to get that type in here. I'm not using next. Request is a express request. So now if I go back to my console, start that up, I try to go to response.status is not a function. The error request response. Next is a next function. That's right. Express is really funky. The way that this error handler works is it's actually counting the number of arguments you put in this list. So that means if I have a function 1, 2, 3, so I'll call this 3 args. I have a function 4 args. 1, 2, 3, 4. If I do 3 args dot length, the length of this function is 3. If I do 4 args dot length, the length of this function is 4. And so the way that the express error handler works is it's actually figuring out the length of the function, and that's how it determines whether or not this is an error handling function, which is like the worst. So I actually have to list all 4 out, or this will not be considered to be an error handling function. And then that causes problems. Okay, so this is still crashing. Which is odd. Get that big all caps error. Maybe I need to put this use earlier. Yeah, error request response next. Let's see. Previous error crashes. So why is this completely crashing the server? I've got a hunch here. So my hunch is that I actually need to catch the error and pass it into next. And if this is correct, I'll explain why. Let's go to page 1, size 10, go to previous, we get an error, go to next, and our server did not completely die. So this is a good sign. I'm going to go look at the network. We go to previous, we're going to next, previous, go to page 0. We got a 500 error and we saw something broke. So I think I didn't have to do that order, didn't matter. And I like putting the error handler last. So I'm going to keep that. I just want to verify. Yeah, we're getting something broke. Uh, so here is uh, the annoying thing. So async functions throw errors. Let's see if I can do this in my Scratch file. So if we've got async function explode, and this will throw new error, boom. And I'm going to have this await promise resolve. So I've got an async function that uh, explodes, and we're going to console log. I've got to switch over to Quokka. I need to start up Quokka. Didn't want Wallaby. Run on save for current file. Oh, I just didn't run main. Okay. Okay, just had to restart it. So we run main and we get boom. So the trouble is if I don't put this await here, I don't actually log the error here. So we'll do console log caught error. If I just do the try catch and I don't put the await, this catch never runs. You actually have to put an await inside of the try in order for the catch to catch an async function. And so Express doesn't await these functions. Express depends on you catching an error and passing it into next. Uh, Now, if you were in a non-async function and you just did a throw, Express would catch those. Uh, this is something that is being worked on. It should be fixed in the next version of Express. It's been a long time coming. I think it's been like, well, anyway, it's slightly annoying. And so what we need is some way to do this. So we can do this inline like this. I often will do something like a const trap, like catch async error. is going to be a function that is going to have request response next, and this will be an express request, an express response, and a next function. And sorry, that's wrong. It's going to take in an endpoint handler. Is this what this type is? Yeah, it's going to take in a request handler and is going to return. There we go. Let's see if this is an endpoint that takes in a request handler and returns a request handler. It means I don't need to type these there. There we go. And so this way, I am taking this await and kind of taking this try catch and putting it into this utility. So I can wrap my endpoint like that. And so now this, if there are any errors in here, they will be caught here. And it's like some of the trouble is like Express just doesn't, like some of the showing its age. Express, the current version of Express was written before async and await were kind of universal. And so it's useful to have some kind of system for sort of taking these things and centralizing this notion of I want to pass an endpoint in and return an endpoint that's just going to await that and catch its errors. So I'm going to move this to its own file. What did I do? I deleted some code I didn't want to delete. So I'll move this to its own file. And now this should keep the same behavior where it won't completely crash the server if I ask for the wrong thing. Yeah. So what did this change? This created that. Don't need, I'm not using that import anymore. I can get rid of that. Put this in its own file. And I am catching errors like that. So I'm going to put this scratch file in my git ignore. It's gone on git ignore. Add to git ignore. We'll revert those changes. Okay, so I'm going to commit that by itself. Exclude scratch file from git. And then this is, let's say this commit centralizes catching async errors in Express into a utility function. We can push all those up. So now, one thing I'd like to do is that I can be a little bit better than a 500 error in here. So if I look at start, uh, is that I can specifically respond to if error is instance of Zod error. I can do some more specific handling. This 500 uh, is pretty intense. 500 is kind of like we don't know. We barely even know what went wrong. Uh, and 500 indicates that the problem is on the server, and therefore the client is helpless to do anything about it. But in this case, it's actually the server is running fine. It's just that the client uh, sent bad data. And so it can be really helpful to send back to the client information about what went wrong. And the Zod error has really useful information. So it'd be nice to send that back so that if some other developer was using our server, instead of just seeing, what would they see? Right now, if you used this server, well, I've broken something now. Finish that thought, and then we'll go and try and fix this. Oh, because I haven't edited this yet. So you can do res status. There might be something better than 400, but you can look at this. Yeah, so now you'll get this data back, and you'll see like, oh, hey, you know what, uh, page was wrong. So this is useful information. If we look at the payload that we sent, our payload had page, and it says page number must be greater than 0. Uh, and so now we have immediately more useful information. And so now we got a lot of benefit out of using Zod pretty quickly. Is that we got actual useful error reporting out of this. So I will report Zod errors directly to client with status 400. That seems pretty good to me. So we've got better error reporting here. Still have pretty basic pagination. There are some things that I think we should do to be a little bit nicer. So if I go back to page 1, this is great, but it seems kind of cruel and unfair that I'm, even letting somebody do that. So I want to set this up so that if we're on page 1, I don't want to show a previous button. So we'll go to the catalog test suite, and let's say it only renders the next page button. It hides the previous page button on the first page. So we've got get by role button name previous to be disabled, which is not an assertion that we have access to. Say not to be visible. So I'm trying to figure out how do I do like the inverse would be like get by role. We can do find by role to be try null. Let's see what this does. Let's do await. What I'm going to do is I'm going to definitely want to find the next button, but I don't want to find the previous button. Okay, so it did find a button for previous. So I've got to go to my catalog and update this so that it only exists if we are not on, if we're on a page greater than 1. Let's do page is greater than 1. Copilot, so friendly. We got a timeout in the wait for. So this is where I'm not exactly sure. I feel like I'm coding this up right. I just don't know how to implement it. I'm going to go look at the browser. Yeah, so we're on page 1, and this seems to be doing what we want. Don't know how to test it. So if I take away this expectation, the test passes. I'm just kind of curious, what happens if I console log that? Let me get a timeout. And there it's a promise. Maybe I need to do query by role. Yeah, so this is so I'm using React testing library, and it has 3 ways to access elements. So one is you do get, or you can do find, or you can do query. So you're doing get by role versus query by role. So get will throw an error if the element doesn't exist. This is great for testing because often you want to say, hey, the test should only pass if this thing exists. And this wait for it just kind of runs in a loop. So it says like, does this exist? Does this exist? This exist? So throwing an error, it just sort of like wait for up to a certain amount of time until this passes. I'm saying there definitely must be a next button. But then I was doing find by role. Find by role returns a promise. And this sort of also does that, like, wait until that thing exists. But here, query by role says, does it exist right now? So I want to say what this test is doing is I'm saying, hey, system, render this, and then wait until both the name is present, both the next button is present and the previous button doesn't exist. And when you render this, you should eventually, after all the network requests settle out and everything is done, rendering this should eventually settle down into a state where the next button exists and the previous button doesn't exist. I'm probably going to be a little bit more explicit here and specify for the test that the initial entries are page equals 1. I just want to be really clear in this test that I'm testing that this is what should occur on page 1. And this is going to contradict this test. So if I go to run all the tests, now this test failed because this test is more specific and we changed the code. So this test doesn't make any sense anymore. So I'm going to say it shows the next page button on the pages after the first. And let's see what Copilot does for us there. It got the test a little weird because I want to say I want previous and next to be on screen here. If you're on page 2, cool. So now if you are on the first page, you only get the next button. And if you're on the second page or any page after, you'll get both the previous and the next buttons. So this I like. I am going to commit this. So commit the previous page button on the first page of the catalog. Let's say this commit hides the previous page button on the first page of the catalog. And then I'm going to go take a peek at GitHub, see how we're looking there. Oh no, somewhere a few commits ago, I broke the build. So I want to go see what's going on there. Because I left the dot only in place when I was testing. Unexpected dot only modifier, remove it or pass, allow only. I'm going to see what happens. What does vtest allow only do? Allow tests and suites that are marked as only. I guess I would like it to. Okay, that's fair. I shouldn't be doing that. I should be a little more mindful of dot only. And it looks like my latest commit did that. So this would be, yeah, so the latest commit passed. Uh, this is like an annoying test failure though. Like the code and the test were fine except for the fact that I put dot only in there. This would be a case for working in pull requests. Because if I was working in a pull request, like I'll demonstrate there. So it's our status here. So we'll do git switch. I'm going to create bad test. And in that branch, if I left a dot only in place, we'll say demonstrate with dot only left in place. And I'll commit that. And I'll publish the branch. And now if I open a pull request, now my checks are going to run on the pull request before I merge it into main. Details, build this server in the tests, and build this code. Get to wait, watch things build, npm ci. Yeah, now vtest is like, hey, you left a dot only modifier in there. You shouldn't do that. But this test failure was isolated on that branch. So then I can go in and be like, oh no, I accidentally did that. I didn't mean to. I'm a good developer. Promise. We can do commit m removes accidentally left in place dot only. And I can push. And so I got that, I got a test failure, but I kept it isolated away from the main branch. So now this test failure never happened on main. This test failure happened on this branch, and I can wait for it to get fixed. Uh, so what would happen here is if I merged, though, I would end up with this commit in main, and I would have like a broken build in main, and that'd be frustrating because uh, like it's really nice if the main branch is always a sequence of commits that all pass. Uh, and so if you have like one of it, because it'd be nice if you could always just check out some point in time in main and know that you're going to have some functioning software. Like this broken commit is really, really annoying. And if I merge, I'm going to get both of these commits into main. This is where squash can be really nice. So what squash would do is squash will take these two commits, squash them together into a new commit, and merge that into main. This kind of like protects main from all the ugliness that happened on this branch, right? I was working, I pushed up, I left dot only in place. You know, it happened, it's true, but I don't want this commit in main. Uh, so if I do squash and merge will make uh, one commit out of these two commits. And so it creates a long message which has all the other messages. So I don't lose the paper trail. I still know that all these things occurred, but I'm going to squash these down into one commit and delete that branch. So now if I go to main looks pretty clean. I don't have that accidental commit. What's really nice about the squash commit too is that I get this link there to the pull request, so I can still go back and see what happened. I don't lose any information. I just get a slightly nicer looking main branch. And then after squashing, the tests are going to run again on the main branch. I'm probably not going to do the full pull request flow for everything here. Uh, it just takes a little bit more time, but it's good to see. Okay, so we've got our buttons working. What do I want to do now? We got basic pagination. We got a little bit better. Had some notes here about things. Previous page, next page, go to first page. Yeah, let's go to first page. So we're going to say describing page controls. I don't have the notion of a last page yet. Like last page is kind of tricky because you have to know how many items there are in the total list. Uh, and I don't want to have to deal with that. So I'm just going to say we're not going to deal with having a last page. But I do want to be able to go back to the first page. Why not? So we're going to I'm going to make a sub describe here. Describe first page control. It hides the first page button on the first page. I like that. And we're going to do it shows the first page button after the first. So on page 2, we get that. That's good. Another test. It goes to the first page when the first page button is clicked. Now I've got syntax error. This is like like Copilot's really bad at closing those last parentheses. Okay, so we need to make a first page button. So let's our catalog. And I guess for now, I'm just going to squash it in with this. We'll do a button on click, set params, keep the page size, but I want to go to page 1. We'll go to page 1. We'll call that the first page button. So what's going on here is that like I can't just do 2 elements right next to each other. I've got to wrap them in a fragment if I'm going to do this, which I can do in React by making sort of like a void parent. So this worked. Let's see. So if I'm on page 1, but I feel like I probably shouldn't, I don't need both first and previous on page 2, but I do want it after the second page. So I'm going to go back to that test. And say go to the first page button on pages after the second. This will be page 3. Okay. So we can go from page 3 to the first page. And we're going to say that it provides the first page button on the second page. I'm just going through accepting everything that Copilot is offering me. And that fails because I need to update this. So now I'm saying if page is greater than 1, we are going to show that, but I want to go through here and we'll say page is greater than 2, and we'll show first page. There we go. So if we're on page 2, we can go to previous. If we're on page 3, we can go to the first page. I don't necessarily know about the order of these buttons, but for now, I am gonna be okay with this. We'll deal with the design later. So what did we do here? We added a go to first page. So we've got adds button to go back to first page from, yeah, I'll just say adds button to go back to first page of catalog. Okay, close everything, keep that. There's like decent basics of pagination here. Like I don't have anything to like skip to a specific page, but I'm gonna call this good enough for now. You can go next, previous, we can go first. I'm gonna be satisfied with that. So I'm gonna say this is good basics of pagination. What to do next? Could go out, try to figure out product categories. Um, yeah, I think I might do categories. That'll sort of go through the full loop again. Maybe this one is a good one to do uh, a branch. So we'll make this feature called product categories. We'll spend a little time on here. Yeah, the thing is like I just want to do skipped. I don't want to deal with last. There are there's some issues with last. Last might be useful. Like once you usually like once your data sets get to be really big, uh, getting to the end or knowing an exact number of 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 pages becomes a little tricky. Like we have to do something like I want to justify this argument at least. The right now the product is only returning a list of all the products, and in order to do uh, last, I also have to know how many pages and products there are entirely. So we'd have to update this to do, we have to like get all the products and get the count and then send that count back to the client in some form so the client could know, okay, I've got 10, I'm showing the first 10, there's 90 more, so there's nine more pages. I think like maybe more likely than doing last would be to be able to control the sort. So like you think like, well, you could either show last or you could reverse the sort and show the last one first. That might be like another way to achieve that desire. But for now, I think I'm going to say like this is a good enough pagination, and I'm going to go on to uh, yeah, let's look at categories. I think this is going to be fun. So we're starting a new feature, product categories. And so I'm going to make a new little, like what we're going to have to do is create category. We're going to have to create a schema. We're going to have to create table matching that schema. We have to make more than one tables, and we have to create seed data. We have to like add category filtering to catalog. Let's go look at the schema. Now we're going to have table, store. I'm going to add a categories. It's going to start out very similar to the products. I'm going to do big serial, primary key. I'm going to give the category a name, which cannot be null. And I'm going to give it a, there's going to be a name for now. And I'm going to do a many to many. So I'm going to have a join table between store and products. So I don't, so I'm going to do table, store, product, categories. This is between products and categories. Going to have its own ID, big serial, and it's going to have, I don't know how to do a reference in this syntax. So I'm going to look that up. Yeah, relationships, ref. There we go. So if we go product, integer, ref to store products, I'm going to say product ID. Countries code. Like I did the same thing. Country ID, references, can't find a null. Oh, countries.code, store products. Can't find table null.store. Let's see if we can do products ID, product ID, and category ID. Be an integer. Oh, these will both be big int because they're referencing a big serial. I'll try the external ref syntax. It'd be store products categories store products. Hmm, I'm not going to be too stuck on this because making this diagram is not the products categories dot product ID. Hmm. All right, I'm not going to spend forever trying to figure that out because I know that this is what I want to do. I can't. Oh, maybe. Okay. I'm going to do it like this. If this makes, I can do. All right. I just wanted that to be like fully quoted out like this. I think I needed quotes around every little part and had to get everything just correct. But I'm happy to do it like this. So this will join products and categories. So I like this as the schema. Made a schema, going to create the tables. So setup DB. I'm going to update my notes here. Oh, okay, so here's something I'm thinking about is that each product should only be part of a category once. And so I wonder, so what I can do, and this is, there's some controversy here as to whether or not you should use composite primary keys. I'm not afraid of them. Uh, so what I'm doing here is I'm saying that the primary key right before I did this, I had one column was part of the primary key and it had its own ID. So that would be like 1, 2, 3, 4. Uh, that does mean that you could possibly end up connecting one product to a category twice. You could say like product one, category one, and then have another record which is product one, category one. You kind of have two options here. Is you can specify to the database that you want a unique constraint across these two IDs, or you can make a composite primary key, and you can say that both of these columns are part of the primary key. And primary keys have to be unique. So by saying, instead of having a distinct ID field, that's going to be the primary key, I'm going to say that these two columns taken together both compose to be the primary key. That's what I'm going to do. Uh, Now that I'm looking at this, I wonder if I can do these in line. Yes, I like that a little bit better. No, it does not. Oh, it's going to be store products ID. Yes. Okay. I like this. Say primary key ref store categories ID. We'll get that. I don't need to specify these prime key twice. Just want to be consistent the way that I do these. Okay. I decided I wanted to make that a little bit tidier because I'm putting them in here. So now we're going to go in here and hopefully Copilot is going to be, yeah, very nice to us. Yeah, and there's Copilot picking up all of our notes, which is very nice of it. So Copilot is saying, hey, I see that you had your definition of your schema here, which included a foreign key relationship between product categories and product and categories, and then you have a composite primary key, which is going to prevent you from doing duplicate records. So that is nice. I think it's broken on these tests, which I don't like seeing. I'm going to ignore that for a second and focus on the seed data. We've got reset DB. So we're creating a bunch of products, and I want to get, ooh, I do want to do something quickly because I changed the schema. So I need to run that cannel thing. Oh, but it doesn't have those. So I need to reset the database. Could have done this with fewer records, but now I'm rerunning this cannel generator because now I get type definitions for categories and products categories. We can go look at those for a moment. DB server types, yeah. So now I've also got type definitions for categories and products categories. So that is good. I like that because I am going to make a bunch of categories in the database seed. And while I'm here, I'm going to move this function to its own file because I am tired of saying the word cdb and having to go to the file reset db. So what I've got to do here is I've got to create initial fake category data. And then in here, we're going to associate every product with a category. So while I'm doing this, I'm going to go back to my environment file and I'm going to make a lot fewer products. So we're going to say, ooh, and so I get to do a new one. So I'm going to have feed category count. Yeah, I'm going to say, I'm going to make 10 categories to begin with. And we'll do const feed category count. I need to go to my example environment. We'll say feed category count, start with 10. Feed data count defaults. Useful for specifying how many seed records to create. And then we'll do for that, await exec query, insert into categories name, values 1. Really curious to see what these are. I like the garden department. That seems great. The issue is that I want to associate these with that. So after I create the products, I need to associate it with a category. So let's do create a fake product category data. I don't need to do that. I just want to say await exec query. Yeah, that's looking good. Values 1, 2. Exactly what I want. Yep. What is this syntax error? Almost got this. Oh, I need to close this off there. Okay, so what this is doing, so first pass, I make all the categories that I need. Then I make all the products that I need. And for each product, I insert into products categories. I use that product ID and I use the product ID and then ask Faker to generate a random value between 1 and the seed category count. Now, this seems to be deprecated. What should I be using? Aha. Faker number int. Okay. Here we go. So this is going to associate all of those products with categories at random. And let's see if that works. Okay. Appears to have possibly worked. So let's reload here. I've got categories, I've got products, and I've got the association between products and categories. So that is looking good. Go back to my environment file and I'll make, got a big store, 100 categories, 200, I got 20 categories, and 200 products. Let's run reset. Cool. So now let's see what changes have I made. Like setup DB is looking good. I like these types. So I'm going to say, I'm going to commit these three things together as add categories and join table to products to schema. And this is going to be updates seed to generate product categories. It's going to want me to add these individually. Push my branch up. Okay, so got the data. So let me go to my to-do. Created the schema. created the tables, created the seed data, and I have not added category filtering to catalog. So let's go to our catalog component, switch over to my tests. Okay, I've got a broken test that I've got to fix. What is going on with this test? This is goes to the first page when the first page button is clicked. That's because I'm testing this on page 2, and I really should be testing this on page 3. Okay, should have caught that earlier, but that's simple enough fix. So let's add that, and let's say fix test for first page button to use page 3. All right, so that was its own thing. We got page controls, renders the page size of products, renders all products in the catalog. I also want it renders all categories in the catalog. So we're saying, yeah, we should show all of the categories when we're looking at this. I'm going to go get a little bit faster feedback, run just that test. So the catalog page not currently show all of the categories, nor do the categories exist. So I have to update my test to create categories, and Copilot is just knows exactly what it is doing here. That seems good. Now I've got to go to my catalog page. Now I'm going to have to fetch the categories. So guess I'll just go ahead and do this here. So we will do const categories set categories is going to be not a string array, but a categories array. We'll have another effect. So we'll say use effect, fetch categories. Get it, we'll set them. It's going to be much the same as fetch pages. And then we'll have a list of the categories. This seems fine, except TypeScript knows that this is not called title. On a category, the property is called name. And then we get an error. Column title of relation categories does not exist. So I think I've got the same issue here where Copilot was just wrong about that title. Okay. So I'm getting error fetching categories. I'm also getting that from Console Ninja. So that's because I haven't built this API route. So let's go to the server and let's build it out. So we're going to say app get API categories. We're going to do our catch async error to wrap it, which we want. We're going to execute a query, select star from store.categories, order by ID ascending. That's Just about perfect. Send the data back, close that off. That's about exactly what I want. And our test passes. So if I go to my front end, I'm assuming that means that my catalog now also lists out my categories. Getting to the point where I'm still going to ignore the design entirely. Let's see, I can go to my next page. Yep, can go through the pages. Categories are still just hanging out there. And now I want these categories to be able to filter this. And I think for now, I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to do, like and category equals 1 or something like that. So let's go to make this test a little bit. Let's talk about roles and stuff in a second, but I can fix that all in one pass. I'm just going to do this very similarly to the way that we did the previous and next. So I'm going to describe, I'll put these in the inner zone group. I'm going to just call this category. And put the only here for the time being. So it renders all the categories in the catalog and then renders the products in the selected category. That's what I want to see. So if we go to category 1, we should see only the products in category 1. Let's do somewhere we're doing length. So where was that example? Search for length size. You like get all to have length 2. Yeah, so I want something like this. So where were we? In all categories. And I should say get all by role list item. Do name. I don't know how to do that yet. But let's see what happens here. Yeah, so I need some way to test that. Well, for one, I should probably associate all the categories and products together. So let's do that. Oh, Copilot, too smart. It's frightening. I mean, e-commerce is not a revolutionary product, so everything we're doing here is well precedented. Store product categories, but you don't know that I've pluralized both of these. Just a second, I gotta check some messages. I'll be looking at my phone for a moment. Get that application closed. All right, and figure out how to get those messages to go to a different screen. All right. Turn off those notifications. That's like I have some notifications that are allowed to go through no matter what. Say like go to the other screen. I'll deal with that later. So I want to update this so when you click on these, you end up on that category page. No, what is it? I want to figure out a way to see that product one exists, but product two, three, and four do not show up. So I'm going to go down to only. I'm going to do console log screen get all by role list item and kind of see what we got here. We get one element. Let's look at can I query by? You can do green dot get use test IDs. Alt text. Do by title. And then I can do query selector all. So let's see. Do I get categories? I do something like give this a title. Okay. This does work. So again, right, the one of the bits of philosophy of React testing library is that you want to test your application the way your user is going to use it. And that extends to even though on screen we don't see with our eyes this title. This is good for accessibility, good for screen reader. This list is now titled. And so we can use this in our tests. We can say that this is something that is user accessible. This idea that this list has a title that we can, in the philosophy of this testing system, we can use that. And then we can query selector. I think technically this is a little off of like going down to dot list item. It's not the best. But I don't know what to do otherwise. So we have 4 categories, but here I actually want to go to products, get all the products, and expect that to have length 1. And that is wrong according to our test. And I also expect to see product one. So if I get this test to pass, I feel pretty good about that. That when we're looking at category one, we only get products in that category. So what I need to do is I need to pull the category. We'll say const. I need to pull the category out of the URL. Maybe the category ID equals that, or in this case, I'm going to say it is okay if this is null. So I'm going to say if params has, so when we do params has, yeah. So if params has category, then we want to get category. And this is a little, so this assertion is for TypeScript. So TypeScript doesn't know, TypeScript's not smart enough to know that because I ran this, that guarantees that this always has a value. But I can tell TypeScript, no, TypeScript, it's fine. Trust me, this will not be null because I just checked by hand. And so I'll make a little note here. Actually, I guess I prefer, now I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I do. This is okay. I'm going to leave a note. So using here because params.has ensures that category is not null. Otherwise, like the using this operator in TypeScript can be pretty much saying like, hey, TypeScript is wrong. And so TypeScript can be wrong, but if I ever do something where I'm like putting in code that I think TypeScript is wrong, I definitely want to leave a comment there because this is a very exceptional thing to do in source code is to claim that TypeScript is wrong because TypeScript is the thing that's supposed to be preventing us from being wrong. So if I come along and I say, "Nah, I know better than TypeScript," I feel like I have a responsibility. I'm probably not leaving as many comments in this code in general as I should because I'm narrating as I'm going. But definitely, this is a case where I'm like, always leave a comment here. Why do I feel like I should be using this operator? So here's an interesting one, is that I've got to go here and put the category ID in place. But this could be false. Okay, so I want to do, let's say if you have the category, we'll do that. Otherwise, we'll do null. Because I don't want this to be false. I want this to be number or null. Okay, so we get the category, should be filtering through then to this, but the app is not pulling in the category. So we've got to get category ID is going to be Z. This is either a z.coerce number, and it's optional. Okay, I like optional. And all right, I'm going to have to go to front end and look a little bit at what's going wrong here. Invalid type. expected number received not a number, because the request we are making, you're saying category ID is null. So I think I can't do optional. Can I do dot nullable? There we go. Expected number received not a number. So it doesn't like that this can be null. If I need to put, no, it's got to go after that. There's like null might be wrong. I might want undefined. No. So really what I want to do is I don't want to pass this in at all if I don't have a value for it. Like doing this kind of simplistic string interpolation doesn't really work that well that way. So I'm going to put this back to null. I have to figure out a way to like build this URL. So let's do let URL equals. So I'm always going to do this part of the URL. And then we'll say if category ID, then we'll grow the URL. And then we'll always fetch the URL. So we've always got a page size and a page because we have defaults. We don't always have a category ID because if you're not looking for a particular category, well, then we shouldn't use it. So that should be working a little bit better. Yeah, so now that's fixed. But our test isn't passing because our front end is not dealing with this. So we've got to pull category ID, const category ID. We've got that out of there. It is a number. And then we have to update our query to possibly do a where. So I'm going to start doing the simplest thing that could work. I don't love this, but we're going to deal with it later. So if there's no category ID, we're going to do one query. And if there is a category ID, we're going to do an entirely different query. We're going to add a where. So where category ID equals $3. And I don't like having these out of order, so we're even going to do 1, 2, 3. We'll do category ID. But we don't have a category ID on this. What we've got to actually do is do that join. We're going to have to join store product categories on product categories product ID. Copilot really doesn't think I would ever want to do pluralization on products there. Where products categories dot category ID equals $1. That's failing the test, but it looks right here. And then we get product 1. Unable to find an element with the title products. That's okay. I can fix that because the catalog needs the title products. There we go. Our test passes. That's pretty cool. So we're rendering that, but we also want to have being able to click on the category. So we're going to say it navigates to the selected category when clicked. Seems like a good test. This is going to render memory router, catalog, close off memory router. Click on category 1. Seems good to me. And then after you click on category 1, you should see product 1. I've got to close that off. So clicking that didn't solve things, but we've got the failing test. So I'm just going to click on category 1. So we've got to change all of our categories to be clickable. And I think that when you click on a category, this should reset you back to page 1. So let's do that. So when you on click an event, yeah, when you Copilot, when you click, we're going to go keep page size, go to page 1, and go to the selected category. So this didn't quite work. We're almost there. So what's happening there is that the use effect needs to also depend on the category ID. There we go. That's working. So now when you click on the categories, we fetch the data for that category. And when you go to a different category, you go back to page 1. Seems good. I'm gonna regenerate my data. 200 products, 20 categories. Let's do 2 categories and 20 products. I want to see what happens. I want to make sure that we're only getting the products we expect to see. Okay. So if I'm on category 2, got 10 products, 20 products. It seems a little off, though. So I'm going to look at this data. So if I go to page 1, I get products 1 through 10. Page 2, I get products 11 through 20. If I go to page 1, category 1, look at the products, I get products 1 through 15. Page 2, I get products 11 through 20. That seems a little off to me. Oh, I see it now. So clicking the page links didn't retain the product. It didn't retain the category. So I want to make a test of the of the page controls, uh, which is, let's say, it retains the category ID when switching pages. Let's see if Copilot can figure something out for this. So it says we're going to start on category 1, page 3. We're going to click to go back to first, and I want to know that I'm still looking at that category. How do I do that? Catalog view doesn't have any way to indicate to us which category we are currently looking at. We could do something here to indicate that we're looking at this category. There's any like we have like just looking at the different parameters. I just put it in the text here. So we'll say like viewing. We'll say if category.id is equal to category ID, then we'll say viewing. So what's going on here is the type definition for this, uh, they do a special thing with TypeScript, which is like a branded type. So categories ID is, it's listed as a string and brand. I think I'm comparing it as a number. Yeah, why is category ID a number? I guess I don't need to make it, I don't need to parse it. I think that's just, I'm converting it to a number when I don't really need to. Okay, that simplifies things a little bit because I don't need that assertion. And I don't even need that anymore. Yeah, string or null works fine for me, and that makes the type happy here. So if category ID equals that, then we're going to say we are viewing the category. Otherwise, we're just going to show the, and that means that in our test, when we click first, we should still see screen.get by text viewing category 1. That did not work yet. And so I think this might be an issue where, yeah, so these come through as strings. catalog, oh, it's put like that. Hmm. Look at this here. That works here. I've just got something where my test is not quite correct. Let me go down. I'm only going to do this test. All right, I'm going to go up to the category test and make sure that this uh, it indicates which category is currently viewed. I want to test this independently by itself. So when we go to viewing category 1, we expect that we should see the text viewing category 1. Okay, so that works. Something is breaking about retaining the view. So what is going on? Don't need to see this test anymore. Oh, you know, that might just be a failing test. And I've got to update code to make it pass. Yep, here we are, set params. Got to update category ID. So this is tricky because I don't want to set category ID to be an empty string if you click on it. But I'm going to see if this fixes it. Yeah, that fixes the immediate issue. I don't love, oh, and I got to do category ID, category ID. Wait, how did that fix anything? Yeah, that didn't fix anything. Wait, did I call? Yeah, the parameter is called category ID. Oh, no. This, need to fix that. So I'm using the same parameter everywhere. Set category ID. Okay, that works. That works. Why doesn't the test like it? Because the test is doing the wrong thing there. So I want to replace all of these with category ID equals 1. Okay, that is working. That is great. let's make sure that everything is working. Yeah, broke some stuff. Broke the page controls. Renders the next page of products when requested. Let's see what's going on there. Oh, that's because I'm doing this. So now that I added my categories list, I have more list items. Uh, let's say get all by role. Be a great way. I'd really like to be able to like scope this. All by role options. Oh, container. You can do a container. +1 overload. What is the overload? So I think I can do screen.get by title, and this is going to be products. No, I can't put the container there. Can I do container? No. Expected to, but got 6. Can I say container? No. Let's find, I'm going to go to the actual documentation. So we'll say React testing library, part of the core API, about queries. The base queries from DOM testing library require you to pass a container as the first argument. Most framework implementations of testing library provide a pre-bound version of these queries. You do not have to. But I want to specify a container. I see. So screen, I can use within. Aha. Okay. So let's do within products. Get all by role list item. Expect to have length 2. That works. So I just have to say, hey, let's keep ourselves scoped here. So let's go back to dot only. Got one more failed. Renders previous. So I've got to do a similar within. Otherwise, it's summing up all the categories and the products, but I want to be specific to just the products. And now, okay, the tests agree that I am doing everything right. So we can go from category to category. Look at the books category. All right, feel good about that. So I'm going to commit this. We'll say navigate between this commit adds navigation between categories. So there are some things that I don't love about this, but I do like that I have all these tests that verify the behavior. So now I can go in and do some refactoring. So one thing that I didn't like is that in order to keep the navigation from breaking, I had to update all of these things when I added the category. And I would prefer to not have to remember to do that every time. That's going to break stuff unexpectedly. So I would like to, and there's a couple things like that, like the page size, I have to pass the page size through. I'd like to not have to update the page size every time that I want to update those params. Uh, yeah, there's like a number of things. Like the only thing that I want to change here is page. But if I take out those two things, then I'm going to break my tests because I'm going to end up essentially deleting these. So and I kind of want to be able to do essentially patch, but I'm kind of doing like post. It's not really HTTP, but it's a similar idea that I want to be able to update these, not have to replace all of them. So let's look at params. I guess I want to sort of get my hands on this. So this is category. So I'm going to go right into the debugger and see what happens when I click on a category. This is next. So when I click on next, what is going on here? I got access to params. Don't have access to params. Access to set params. All right, so I'm going to do something, update this to get access to params. Sometimes with debugger, if you don't have the variable in the immediate scope, you can't use it in here. It's okay. There I've got URL search params. And what can I do? Like, what if I just do params.set page is page plus one? What did that? So I wonder, can I just do this? Can I do params.set category.id? And then can I do set params with params? That works. So I can do a similar thing in all of these. I can do params set page is page plus one, and then set params with params. I do have to convert this to a string to make TypeScript happy. Set params. That works. I do params.set page is 1, and then set params to params. Same thing here. Params set page minus 1 to string. Everything still works, and I'm not having to remember which other params to set. Let's make sure these are the only places I'm doing set params. Good. Like that. And the test suite is giving me high confidence that that was a safe change to make. Kind of want to make a helper function out here and be like const update params equals updates. Now I'm just going to make an any. I want this to be a record of string to any. Don't know that I love using object.entry, so let's say for const key value of object.entries param set params. So I like this because I can go back to all of my set params and I can say update params category ID is category ID, and that will do all of it in one smooth go. Yeah, I can go update params page is page plus 1. Yep. Page is 1. Update params is page minus 1. So I like that even a little bit more. See here, I don't have to like worry about, is this a string or anything? It just is all handled in here. Um, that seems pretty good. I feel like this is like a pattern that I'm probably going to use elsewhere. So I'm even going to take this and while I'm looking at these, move some unused imports, but I'm going to make my own wrapper function. So I'm going to say, I'm going to make my own hook. So I'm going to say const use updatable search params is a function. And Copilot was smart enough to look at the whole context and figure out that I was about to extract this into that. So it sort of, this matches that. Update params is this code, and then it returns them. So I can say const params update params equals use updatable search params. All the tests run. So I know that that is a fair refactor. I like this so much that I'm going to move it to a new file. and I'm going to take it out of pages because it's not really a page anymore. And I'm going to make a folder for custom hooks and move use updatable search params there. And then VS Code is smart enough to know that that's where that file moved to. I like that. And right now I don't love the way that I'm doing this data fetching, just inline in here. It's a little getting messy, but I feel like that's a separate set of changes. So for now, I'm going to call this a refactor. So this is refactor URL params to use custom updatable search params hook. Link changes. Go back on GitHub, and I've got my pull request for display product categories. Look at what's changed in here. Created seed data for product categories, added a whole bunch of tests, and then updated my component to render it. Oh, this was one thing. Yeah, I didn't love this one. So let's go back and look at the server app. Close all editors. So I don't know exactly what to do about this because the way that I am, just got some sort of notification that maybe my battery is running low. All right, just my headphones are down to 10%. I think they'll make it. Uh, so yeah, there's like some duplication here that I'm not in love with. But I don't know, I don't have an idea exactly of how I want to handle this. This is like a trade-off. I enjoy writing SQL as just strings and doing this, but then the composability of that is not perfect. It's kind of hard to like drop in to like have this join possibly or possibly not be in there. So I don't know what to do about this. I'm going to leave that be for a moment and possibly come back later and see if I want to do anything to change this. It's not a terrible amount of duplication here. So yeah, I'm going to leave that as is for now in this one. I'm going to go and try to write a better looking commit message. I do wonder, so I've been looking at, I'm just going to write this. So let's say adds simple list of product categories. Uh, this pull request adds uh, database tables, feed data, and navigation between categories. Probably could write more starting to flag. I'm probably going to finish up pretty soon. It did, the last commit did succeed. I'm going to, while I'm here, go here, protect the main branch, require status checks to pass. Yeah. Require sign commits. History is nice, but what I'm looking for, can I require squash? Rules. Default branches main. Social preview, features, pull request, allow squash merging. I don't want merge commits. Don't want rebases. I want squashing only. So that automatically save. Let's go to pull request, display product categories. Okay, so there was one thing, so something that I think is a little substantial here. So these are all on-click handlers, but they're changing the address bar. So this makes them somewhat inaccessible. These are also buttons, uh, but really they are changing the navigation. And so in truth, they should be links. So I am going to go through and make them links. This is like an accessibility thing. If something is really doing a navigation, it really should be presented in the browser as a link. And here, like these ones are buttons, which is a little bit better. But my categories are just text that you click on, and there's an on-click. So there's very little to support accessibility in understanding that like a screen reader should know when you click on something that something's going to happen. And the thing you're going to do is navigate. Uh, excuse me. So I want to go and fix that before I commit this. So I've done on click, but really this should be a link. And what this link should be to be like a copy of the params with that thing changed, with the category ID changed. Let me go back to a browser and see how can we achieve this. So if I do, new URL, location, look at the location. What do I have in here? I want location.href. I've got my URL equals that. And url.searchparams.set. I'm going to update page to be 20. Then I go URL to string, and that updates correctly. So I need a little way to build my URL. Let's make sure maybe there's something like built into React Router DOM links that will help me with this. So link takes path. Can do params. Interesting is that it doesn't. How do I? Not great documentation on this to param. Let me see if we do import link as link props. One of them is to string or a partial of path. We can link to a search. Seems pretty good to me. A link to search is whatever. Just want to see what this does. I'm not really 100% familiar with what I'm about to do. Got 4% battery left. Okay, so those are linking to whatever. So I can do something like what I'm doing with updatable search params. But instead of like that, I just kind of want to do this. So I'm going to go to catalog and I'm going to make a special I'll start here and I might do another series of refactoring, but I'm going to say const category search equals new URL search params. But I want to copy the existing params. Can I do params dot copy? Oh yeah, we had object.entries. We can do new URL search params. And we'll make a copy of the existing params. So we'll have object entries params. So this is const link params equals that. Do link params dot set category ID to category ID. And then we'll do, we want the link to go to link params dot to string. And now that doesn't work at all. Okay, so it is this part that doesn't do what I think. Can I do params to string? There we are. That is generating links. That include everything that we want. Means I can get rid of the on click. Everything is handled by the link. And the test still passed because you're still clicking on this. So that's good. So I think there's a refactor step to get this out of here, but I'm going to do this for now. And these are, and it really should be doing this with the buttons as well. Instead of doing click handlers, they really all should be links because they're all behaving as links. Okay. We're getting there. I'm going to update this to be a link to something. It'll be a link to first. We'll close this here. That'll be a link. That'll be a link to previous. Gotta fix that up. And this one will be a link as well. To, who knows? So we got to find a way to do this for these. So I'm going to, I'll be right back. I'm about to lose my battery. I might end up going offline. All right, had an outage unexpectedly. Wasn't paying close enough attention to my battery level. We're just gonna finish the last thing I was working on and then call it a day. So I was working on getting this to be usable as part of this to field. I'm going to take this link params thing and make this some sort of function that I can use. So I'm going to call this build search link. Seems good to me. Let's start out here. The updates are going to be record of string to any. And yes, this is exactly what I want to do. It's copying that, building the search param. So let's go and do build search link. I'm going to take category ID is the category dot ID. That does not work. Let me take a look at these links here and see what these links look like. The links look correct in browser. Do need to get, I think I'm getting the page wrong. So let's do page. Switching links always goes back to page 1. And then we'll update the rest of these to build search link. Will be page is page +1. To go to next, to go back to the first page, we're going to go to page 1. And previous will be page -1. Oh, we should be using build search link as a function there. Use it here. So I think the issue with my test, why these tests are not passing, is that I'm using a lot of roll button. So because I've gotten rid of all of my buttons, I should be able to just find all the buttons and replace them with link. Now, these are still failing. I'm going to find one of these failing tests. I'm able to find by roll button. Let's find, where is button? I want to replace all those texts. Page control. Query by role, query by role. Don't see anything querying by role button. And clicks. On these tests again. All right, page controls. Renders the next page of products when requested. Let's go into only mode. It seems to be going. I'm going to run these tests again in isolation. Okay, that passed. So there's just something a little funky maybe going on with the test. I've got one failed test. Renders previous page of products when requested. Let's run this test in isolation. See what's gone wrong. Unable to find an element with the text product 1. We're seeing product 3 and 4. And we click on previous. We aren't going to the correct page. So let's look at the previous. Oh, because I'm saying page is -1. It should be page -1 to go to the previous page. And now that is passing. So let's clear out the only. Good. So this build search link seems useful enough to not be stuck in here. So I think I want to make a custom component. So let's do const search link equals Gonna have some params. So it's gonna take children and updates, which makes sense to me. This matches what I'm already doing. We're gonna say const params equals this. Now I don't need update params, so we're not going to use those. So this can actually just be a plain use search params from React Router DOM. And I don't need the build search link function. So we can just do link to search is link params to string, like that. And I might have, just do the rest of the props. This will be and link props, so we can pass in all the rest of the props from there, and we will pass all the rest of the props down through. We've got to do, what don't you like about this? So we don't want to allow two. I'm going to do move, the opposite of pick, exclude link props 2. So you can't specify your own to field. Really rather have this not have two. Say two is never. So you can't specify two. On this search link. So now we can do a search link with updates are that and page is 1. Let's close search link. And this says 2 is never, so you're not allowed to use 2 on a search link. Close up all the link tags. I can't do it this way. The TypeScript for opposite of pick. Omit. I want to omit 2 from link props. So now you can't make link props here. Instead of updates, yeah, I'll keep that to be called updates. Search link category ID that. And so we'll call this a search link with updates. Like that. This is also a search link with updates. Search link, search link. All right, so these links will keep whatever search params you already have and just update the ones that you ask for. So we're going to take this and move this to a new file. And then we never use build search link, and we never use update params. So we really just need params from use search params. And I like that hook. I'm going to keep it for now. I might use it later, but this refactor feels pretty good. And we are using links everywhere, which is good. Cool. All of those buttons have now been replaced with proper links. And tests still pass, so we're going to rmds store don't need you, add the source directory. We'll replace all buttons in page catalog with proper links. Push that on up and let's go see how GitHub is looking. So we're going to wait on this check. Check is in progress. Some way to make this so I can merge it when it's ready to go. We can do pull requests, squash, allow auto merge. This is the one I want. So we'll go to the pull request. I didn't want to do that. I mean, the check did pass, which is good, but I wanted branch protection rule. I see. So I need a name, which is require checks. Off screen for a second while I get my two-factor auth code. All right, so I've got that branch protection rule in place now, so I won't be able to do that again next time. So that feels pretty good. Product categories are in place. And I'll call that a day.